Okay, it is 5:30. I'm going to call the Tuesday, October 28th regular board meeting of the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Board President Tom Jennings.
Here.
Board Vice President Veronica Miramontes.
Here.
Remember Jeffrey Cheetah.
Here.
Remember Dr. Betty Less.
Here.
Remember Sarah Ofstadal.
Here.
Remember Micah Velasquez.
Here.
Board Member Gabriel Sanders.
Thank you. Dr. Diffenbar, are there any changes to the agenda?
No proposed changes, Mr. President.
All right, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Okay, have a motion from Trustee Ofstedel and a second from Trustee Uchida. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we're going to identify a closed session topic of discussion. In closed session, we're going to have a conference with our real property negotiator, Ryan Altemeyer, agency negotiator for 2300 Garden Road, under negotiation terms of sale of property. We're going to have a conference with our labor negotiator, Dr. Nunez, agency negotiator for our agency negotiator with the California School Employees Association, Monterey Bay Teachers Association, and unrepresented employees. We'll talk about public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and complaint. Have a conference with the legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Name of case. Dr. Diffenbaugh, help me with that pronunciation.
Faumana Eze.
Okay, we'll do that. Versus the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. We'll have a conference with their legal counsel, reference potential litigation, one potential case, removal, suspension, expulsion of a student, case number 2526/02, and we'll talk about public employee performance evaluation, the superintendent's evaluation. Okay, public comment period for closed session items. This is an opportunity for the public to make comments regarding any closed session items within the board subject matter jurisdiction. When the president recognizes a member of the public for oral comment, such comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment on closed session items? Seeing none in person. Seeing none on Zoom. Okay, we will adjourn to closed session. Okay, everybody good? Okay, we are going to adjourn closed session and reconvene in open session. Per Board Bylaw 9324, this meeting is being recorded and will be broadcasted. Apologize for the delay. We had a lot going on back there. Okay, we're going to start with the, Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And Madam Vice President, is there a report from closed session?
Yes, so I move to approve that the student and expulsion case number 2526/02 be expelled via stipulated expulsion agreement through and including January 5th, 2026.
I second.
Okay, have a motion from the Vice President and a second from Dr. Lusk. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, anything else to report?
Nothing else to report.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to high school representatives, and we'll start with Central Coast High. Is awesome.
Good evening, board president, board members, and Dr. Diffenbaugh. This is what has been happening at Central Coast High School over the past several weeks. Attendance highlight, the percentage of student absences went down by 12.7% this year, which means more students have been showing up to school. For field trips, we've had the Pebble Beach Hospitality and Beverage Industry for culinary class on September 29th, 2025. We also had the Pumpkin Patch field trip in Prunedale on the 3rd of October, and also the 4th, where students volunteered to set up the pumpkin patch and then work on it over the weekend. And we also had the Asilomar Conference Center Hospitality Fair, PBIS events, where we had Fun Friday on October 3rd, 2025. And this Friday, we have the Minga store opening as well. Student recognition at Soper Park for students with excellent attendance, grades above 3.0, and teacher recognition as well. We had over 65 students invited and 40 families in attendance for the event. For community events on campus, we have the horse therapy. Recently, we've had horses from Woodland Ranch on campus. Students have been divided up into different groups within the portion of students that signed up for the activity. Common aspects including being able to walk the horses around, brushing their manes or brushing their bodies, braiding, etc. HVAC presentation was on Tuesday, October 14th. We also have auto detailing for Central Coast High School Car Show and auto detailing showcase. Students will showcase their auto detailing skills on Friday, November 14th at 11:40 to about 2 o'clock. We've invited city leaders, our board members of education, and community partners to join the fun. We also have Meals on Wheels. 5,000 meals have been distributed through the Meals on Wheels program. We also have our Rainbow Connections LGBTQ plus club meetings on Mondays. And thank you, go Wildcats.
Thank you. Now, next we'll move to Marina High. Is there a representative from Marina High? Perfect.
Okay, good evening, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent Diffenbaugh. My name is Maya Gallo, and these are the events I've recorded at Marina High School as of October 28th. We've recently had 2 girls volleyball games against Seaside High School, both of which are Lady Mariners won, and one of them was yesterday, which was our senior night. Our boys football team played Rancho on October 3rd, and the score was 29-22, keeping them undefeated until they played Gonzales on October 23rd and lost 29-28. The football team also has their senior night this Saturday against Seaside High. Our flag football girls also had their senior night on October 23rd against Soledad. Our Link Crew class has been jam-packed with planning events and fundraisers, such as our Soca Senior on October 20th and the 21st, and our Paint a Pumpkin with some freshmen tomorrow. Our Link Crew has also posted multiple videos and skits that I 100% recommend you watch if you haven't already. Culinary also went on a field trip to the lodge at Pebble Beach and got to enjoy a tour, some internship information, and some amazing food provided by their chefs. We're hosting a school-wide talent show soon that will be hosted on November 14th by our music teacher, Miss Carney. Fall break was from October 6th to October 10th. This week we have parent-teacher conferences today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Also tomorrow, our Link Crew class is going on a field trip to Olson Elementary to give a presentation on anti-bullying. Next week, our winter sports season is starting. That's all. Thank you, and go Mariners.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Seaside High.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and the MPUSD board. We hope everyone had a wonderful day. My name is Allison Sumano, and I am the freshman class secretary at Seaside High School. My favorite thing about Seaside High is our football games like the Pink Out game supporting breast cancer awareness. And with that being said, here is a recap of some of the great things that have been happening at Seaside High School. On October 17th, we had our Undead Bowl, a girls' powder puff football event hosted by our Seaside High Female Athletes Alliance at 5:30 p.m., hosted at our Seaside High Stadium. This was the first powder puff game held at Seaside High School in 22 years. It included a raffle, games, food, and even custom jerseys for our theme of vampires versus zombies. This powder puff game was a huge success with many participants and attendees who greatly enjoyed playing a part or watching. On Friday, October 24th, we had our Pink Out football game for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. In addition to this, our principal, Mr. Agenaga, has agreed to shave his head at our next food fair if 100 students attend our Pink Out game. More upcoming events are our many senior nights for each of our sports. Our next and upcoming senior night will be beach themed for our football and cheer teams on November 6th. In addition to our Pink Out football game on October 24th, we hosted our annual community trunk or treat at 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Children are encouraged to wear their costumes to this trunk or treat. It is a free open event for our community with many stands and free candy for our Seaside families and children stopping by, and also various food stands such as Kona Ice and Krusty Dogs, which will be providing a portion of the proceeds to help fund any activities and events at Seaside High. By having many participating clubs from Seaside High School and programs, we hope to positively impact our community with this fun and family-friendly community outreach event.
Hello, good evening, MPUSD board. As you may know me as a student trustee, my name is Priya Nishal. I am this year's ASB event coordinator. Currently, my favorite thing about Seaside High School is the amazing community events we have been hosting, like for example, the trunk or treat for our community children. And this is the second part of our recap of the amazing things that have taken place for the past 2 weeks. On October 23rd, we had our Mental Health Awareness Day. We decided to spread awareness and support by decorating our hallways with positive messages and encourage students to wear purple and teal. In addition, our leadership class passed out purple and teal ribbons to students to help out spread the positive message and let our Spartan family know that they aren't alone. Our college support advisor, Ms. Moya, and the College and Career Center have been working really hard to support our seniors with FAFSA and college scholarships and applications. By pushing students to attend college and applications, they won't feel alone and are prepared for college. We also have started a financial aid support called Cash for Parent Night for both students and parents to attend after school from 5 to 7 p.m. Sorry about that. On October 22nd and December 3rd. Ms. Moya has also been working really hard researching more scholarships for our students to utilize and putting in the document for the due dates for our seniors. That concludes the summary of all the great things that have happened recently and all the amazing things that are yet to come. Thank you for your time. This concludes our board report. And remember, go Spartans!
Thank you. Next, we will go to Monterey High.
Good evening, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, Board President Jennings, and esteemed board members. The following are the happenings at Monterey High School. Since our last update, the new multi-sport and softball field at Monterey High has been completed and is such a gift for our students and community. Monterey High School would like to thank the board and Dr. Diffenbaugh so much for your unwavering support over the years. This field is already making life easier and better for our students and student athletes. We cannot wait to be able to dedicate it and have softball play their home games there in just a few months. At this time, a record 21 participants in the MPUSD Science and Engineering Fair are working hard to prepare their entries. All 21 are being mentored by our very own Jason Nicholson, and he is very confident in what they are planning. He is excited not only for the huge turnout and participation, but also the ambition of the students themselves. The Improvadors, an improv club, which is an offshoot of our theater program, held their Halloween improv night, which was a massive success. The talent of our students was on display, and we are excited to watch them continue to grow in their confidence for such a difficult art. Great job, Improvadors. The music program will be hosting a haunted house fundraiser for the past 2 weekends, and thank you to students and parent volunteers who have been a part of the creative team. The actors and the supervisors, and every effort is appreciated, and every dollar goes towards scholarships, competitions, and more. We are looking forward to the results of the Youth Truth Survey, as it is always a tool that our staff and administrative team use to enact change on campus. We hope that not only that we will be able to learn what could be improved, but also what needs to be further strengthened, as we should celebrate the many things that are going right at Monterey. Finally, Mr. Newton, along with representatives from the AMP and Spark Academies, presented to students and families at the International School of Monterey last week. It was a fun showcase and an opportunity to show all the wonderful things that our high school has to offer. It was also a chance for us to strengthen our partnership with the only other IB school in Monterey County. That is all for this update. We hope that everyone has a wonderful Halloween, and we look forward to a great November. Go Doors!
Awesome, thank you. Okay, moving on, we will move to public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the Board of Education on matters within the jurisdiction of the board, but not on this agenda, may do so during public comment period for up to 3 minutes. Each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes, except public comment, items 6A, 6B, and 6C, unless a time limit is extended by a vote of the Board of Education. Public comments on specific agenda items are heard under that item. We are going to start with student public comments. Are there any students that would like to make public comments? Okay, seeing none. How about we do anybody? Public comments.
Good evening, President Jennings, Board Trustees, Superintendent, Cabinet members. My name is Janet Wagamuth, and I am the President of the American Legion, Unit 694 in Marina, and also the Second Vice President for District 28, which serves Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. I'm here today to share opportunities available when schools partner with the American Legion family. The American Legion family includes our veterans, auxiliary members, and the sons of the American Legion. Together, we're committed to supporting students and educators. Here are a few ways that we're working with our schools and we can help you. We can connect classroom with veterans who speak about service, citizenship, and civic engagement, and who participate in flag presentations and related curriculum. We provide school supplies to local schools. For example, this year, our Marina unit recently donated 120 backpacks filled with supplies and socks valued at $9,000 to 5 Marina schools. We support scholarships on every level, whether it's at our own unit, district, or even the state. Locally, Unit 694 awards $1,000 to a graduating Marina High senior from a veteran family, with applications also considered at our district level. At a state level, multiple scholarships are available, such as a $4,000 scholarship for students pursuing nursing or a medical career with a veteran connection. Through our Boys and Girls State, we sponsor students to attend leadership programs where they gain hands-on experience in government, network, and building leadership skills. All expenses, which are lodging, meals, and often transportation, are covered by our units and posts, depending on the program. I have personally sent out information to our Marina High School principal with all this information and have not gotten anything in return. We have tried over the last several years to get somebody from Marina to be involved, and we have yet to get somebody. So I'm trying to encourage you to reach out to those. I've brought materials for you all detailing our local post and available scholarships so you can see the scope of what we have to offer. Along with that, each of you have a red poppy, as in, if you don't know, in Flounders Field, it refers to our lost soldiers who did not make it home. So we ask you to wear your red poppies throughout the year. Thank you for your time and for considering how the American Legion family can partner with our schools, and I'll be happy to answer any questions for you in the future or do presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hello, my name is Linda Cunningham, board, cabinet, president, and others. I've never been here. I'm sorry, I don't know who everybody is. In all honesty, I have 4 cats. I don't have kids, but there's a couple things I've come across, and I felt that I wanted to come here and speak with you. CalKids.org is free money for every kid in California. I want every kid, like only 600,000 kids have signed up. Well, what is going on? This is free money. I'm hoping our schools can say, hey, sign up for CalKids.org. It's free money. I love what the person in front of me just spoke about, and I love the idea that there's improv in school. I can bet every single one of us, 95% of our conversations today were all improvised. None of us had a script. None of us rehearsed. I certainly didn't rehearse. And it's a great skill because we spend our entire lives doing improv, and I'm really grateful, and I hope it's at every school. I was attending the Seaside City Council, and a very nice man from the international school, I believe he's the after-school soccer coach, was there, and they have a problem with their fields. They're full of gopher holes. These poor little kids can't play, and it's just really sad. They can't host games. These little kids come out, they want to play, and the whole dang thing, if you go to that international school, every piece of grass is covered in gopher holes. I don't know if we got to get a bunch of gopher snakes. I don't know if we got to get a bunch of hawks. I don't know if we just got to get Terminex. These gopher holes have to go. They share a field with the school, I guess, down the hill. I'm sorry, I don't have any kids. But maybe you just need a bunch of cats. I don't know, but these gopher holes have to go. I feel really bad for these little kids who can't play because they don't have a field. Get them a fake grass field. This just needs to be a commitment to let these kids play, not in a place full of gopher holes. And it's just dangerous. Every bit of grass at that school is covered in gopher holes. It's bonkers. Lastly, I've been listening to a podcast called Against the Rules with Michael Lewis, who wrote Big Short, Moneyball, and this is about sports gambling, and it is terrifying. We are losing our young men, especially to sports gambling. It's not just in college, it's in high school. In California, they use an app called FLIF, F-L-I-F-F, maybe it's FLIF. And I would like to see sports gambling education in school. They mention, again, that the podcast is called Against the Rules with Michael Lewis. If you listen to episode 10, anybody can win, but everybody's going to lose. It's a great episode where he teaches his son about gambling. It's an interesting approach. They talk to Joe Harden, the stats professor down at Pomona College, about the growing movement. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name's Peter Jordan. I coach cross country at Monterey High School, and I was here over the summer to thank you for approving my booster club. The purpose of that club, our vision, is to do an exchange program between a boys and girls cross country team at Monterey High and a boys and girls team at the largest high school in Nanao, Japan, which is our sister city. I talked a little bit about that project when I was here during the summer. Part of my vision is that we're going to do all of the fundraising for that. So participation from our students isn't affected by socioeconomic status. I'm here tonight because I'm happy to report that last Friday we got a grant for $75,000 to support the project. And that brings us about halfway to our eventual goal. We also have unspecified support at this point from a couple of local groups, including Big Sur Marathon Foundation, as well as the ASICS Corporation, a Japanese company. So it's all very exciting. Our target is for this to happen next fall. Jimmy Panetta's office reached out to us and offered to help research other grants that might be appropriate for us. That's on hold now until the government reopens, but something fun to look forward to. So anyway, lots of good news, and I just want to say that I'm looking forward to working collaboratively with the board and with the district office to make this a reality within the next year. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none coming in person. Anybody on Zoom, please use the raise hand button. Okay, not seeing any. All right, so we're going to move on now to public agency communication. Are there any public agencies in attendance? Don't see any. No military either. Okay. All right. Next on the agenda is presentation recognitions, military liaison superintendent report, upcoming events, and it's my understanding we have no military liaison here today. Okay, so we're going to move to receive a presentation on Monterey Adult School Strengthening Family Programs. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you. There's so much going on at Monterey Adult School and lots to celebrate, including an award they received for their Strengthening Families program. So I wanted Beth Wadecki and team to come and present this evening on all the great things happening at Monterey Adult School.
Well, thank you, and we're very happy to be here for the sake of time, and we have some little people here also and families represented. I'm just going to quickly go through some slides and then have some families comment. But first of all, I am the proud principal of the Monterey Adult School. My name is Beth Wadecki, and I'm here with my team that helped orchestrate this very creative approach to parent education with embedded ESL. I have Dan Cutler, our ESL specialist, which is English as a second language in the adult school world. Magali Hoyston, who's our parent educator. And what's unique about parent education at the Monterey Adult School, it's the parent that's the student, and they bring their little one with them. And we'll get a little bit into that. And then, of course, Patty Gutierrez, who's running all things logistics. So we're here, and we have lots to celebrate. This is just one element, and so thank you, President Jennings, Board, and PK Diffenbaugh for our time here. The why behind this, you see all these amazing families celebrating learning on a variety of levels, and that's the why that keeps us motivated. I know that MPUSD is very committed to the community and families. That's where education first starts. Parents are the first teachers, and we are here to support them. Some other factors of the why include our unhoused families that are reaching around 22%, and realizing that a lot of our families are double, triple up and don't have the flexibility perhaps to get out all those manipulators, Legos, sandboxes, and things to be able to play. So creating a safe place for families to play was a priority for us. The other priority is helping parents navigate the school system in a language that they might not be familiar with. So embedding English into our parent ed class was one of the unique approaches that we took at the Monterey Adult School, in which we were recognized by the state. So first and foremost, our funding, this always comes up. We are separately funded. We have a California grant, and then we have a federal grant called the WIOA. That being said, the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District is our governing board and has been completely supportive of the work that we're doing at the Monterey Adult School. We also, just to dig in a little bit, we're asset-oriented parent education, believing that parents are bringing to the table lots of great resources for themselves. And then we're also valuing current knowledge, creating safe places to play, developing parenting strategies as they go along the way, and also recognizing that we have a rich program in MPUSD for our families to feed into. We have children's centers, we have TK, we have preschools, and how we can streamline that for families. So we basically have 3 specific areas for parent ed that are fairly new to us. Play and learn with embedded English, which I spoke about. We have offered satellite classes at our local elementary schools that are removing barriers for families. And then we are also creating partnerships in which we're expanding parent education courses. So the how really is up to this team here. It's being able to blend parent ed with some ESL language and creating a hybrid that is truly a challenge, but so worth it. One of the best things that a parent told me is that they were able to go to their parent-teacher conference and didn't need to use a translator. So as we build confidence in a world where parenting can be extra challenging, that is a win for us. And so here's a little not experiment, but this is Dan Cutler teaching English to kids and their parents during snack. And we try to keep this very targeted. It's about 30 minutes, if that. And we are doing very vocational English, which is very specific to what families need to navigate. For example, last spring we did the pharmacy, how to read a prescription bottle, how to call the doctor, those kinds of things. This fall we're doing a unit on nutrition. And then in spring we're going to be doing a unit on immigration rights. What's really fabulous about this is Teacher Dan goes in, does a lesson, and then Teacher Magali supports that lesson throughout the rest of the week. You can see some enrollment trends here as well. We've only been working with Parent Ed. We brought it back after COVID. And you can see the growth, which just shows you that I think families are eager to find places to build community and have support. Our current enrollment is still strong. And we also look at some data points. Why are we doing this? Is it working? So what we're seeing with some of the data points is that we're seeing our families that are involved in this program having some reading gains. At least 37% of them are having a reading gain, which is kind of like a level gain or a grade level gain. Those that are also participating in the language and life skills, the pharmacy unit or the nutrition unit, 93% of them are passing that on a state assessment. They also have access to Burlington English, and since we started, we've actually had 441 registered parent education students. Some of these are duplicated, so I don't want to be misleading, but it does show a need in the community for this to happen. The satellite classes are also a way for us to go to our families. J.C. Crumpton has been a satellite for a number of years, but we're starting to see growth there, mainly because the principal there is so supportive of the program. Ord Terrace and Delray Woods are also community schools recipients, and their community liaisons have been very helpful for us to develop these English classes during school hours. Parents can drop off their kids, they go to English class. In English class, they're also doing very practical English. How to call the office, what are my rights as a parent? Parent-teacher conferences are coming up. What can I ask? What is that? So we're very proud of the satellite campuses. They're still growing, but we started with 3 to 4, and now we have 20 out in Marina, 12 at one of our elementaries, and 14 at one of the others. So the other piece is just expanding parent ed in general. Knowing that there's a need there, we've added play and learn. We've added evening classes, including parenting partners. And we've also added some classes that are by some agencies that are third party that just need a place to be able to house their program. The other piece that we've been adding is family literacy in English and Spanish, which is based on finances, personal finance. Family safety in the car in English and Spanish, how to use a car seat. If we get pulled over and we need to make a correction, how do we do that? We provide that service. And then this year we are actually providing services in basic math and reading for our students that might need to brush up a little bit for their students or just to be able to enter our high school diploma program. These are some of our community partners. One of them that I'm just so proud of is that we have a WIC office on campus on Mondays and Thursdays. So there's a really beautiful fluid blend of people coming to WIC. WIC's telling them about Parent Ed. WIC's telling them about our high school diploma program. We also have Monterey County Works and some of these other agencies that you see on the board here. And ultimately, pictures are 1,000 words, and you can see a lot of happy families here. We try to celebrate learning, creating a place where school is fun and parents are getting support. We have a graduation ceremony, and it's very endearing. We also have a couple videos here that I will skip, but you're welcome to take a look at. But we will be playing one video that Isai is going to cue up for us.
Mama dogs say quack, quack, quack. The Monterey Adult Schools Play and Learn program is in full swing, returning last year after a pandemic pause. It's a class for parents and children from birth to age 4, an opportunity for moms like Juliana Oriana to spend time with their young daughters while picking up practical parenting strategies.
They're exploring and they're learning, and I've learned that it's okay, to let them, throw their little fits, to let them tell you what they want.
Creating routines are huge. The first thing families do when they walk through the door is wash their hands.
Because she gets into a routine of school, and we're all learning together. The parents are learning from the kids and what they like, how their personalities are going to be like.
The program serves anywhere from 75 to 200 plus families.
They start learning the importance of child development at early age, how important it is to engage with them, to read with them, to talk to them.
Earlier this year, an ESL, English as a Second Language component, was added. This can look like learning how to call the doctor, how to read a prescription, financial literacy skills, and so on.
It's very needed because just how it's important to have that connection and that relationship with your child at a very young age. It's also very important to be able to know how, know your rights, defend yourself when it comes to things that you need in life.
I love you.
And what's cool is this class isn't just for parents, grandparents, siblings, even babysitters can take it. The class begins in August, it runs through June, and it is Monday through Thursday. In Seaside, I'm Brooke Kennebrew, KSVW Action News 8 Sunrise.
Yeah, a lot of good resources there. Sign me up.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Brooke. Your time is 6:08.
So anytime you want a little pick me up, drop by and see us in the Parent Ed room. We do have two families here. The family Cortez is here to talk a little bit about their experience. And even though this is a bilingual program, we do have English onlys that appreciate the units. I could have used a lot of this help when I was a young mom. And so we're going to hear from the Cortez family first.
Hello, good evening, Superintendent Dr. Diffenbaugh and board members. My name is Cindy Corres. My daughter Layla and I are thrilled to be part of the Play and Learn program. It has established a positive routine for us and provided me with valuable insight into how to effectively engage with Layla for her early development. The program encourages us to disconnect from our electronic devices, fosters meaningful play and quality time together. When her father, my husband, has been able to attend, it also allows us to bond as a family. I am deeply grateful for this program and the community it has created for us. Allowing the ESL program to be integrated in a way where parents like us can participate with our little ones is a great addition to our community and is highly important and valued by many of us. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Also, I've seen the growth and progression that Layla has done since she started the program, from pointing her finger to becoming a Cheerio fiend. Now, looking forward to see what else she's going to learn while in the program.
Thank you. And then we have Ms. Kwan.
Good evening. My name is Huan Kwan. Actually, I heard this program through that interview on the TV station. even though I have participated in this class only for a month, this program has already made a tremendous positive impact, not only on my learning, but also on my family and my confidence as a parent. So it has shown me that education is not just for children, it's for parents too. And when parents feel supported and capable, children benefit as well. So thank you for making this program possible. And thank you for continuing to support this program. That makes such a meaningful difference in people's lives. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have some wonderful families in the back that are way past bedtime, I'm sure. So, but we're ready for any questions or insights you might have. We welcome you to come see it in person. It really will lighten up your day. It's important work, and I'm so proud that MPUSD is behind our families in the community. Any questions?
Okay, board, any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, President Jennings. And Ms. Wadecki, when you were sent, or not sent, but when we decided that you'd be the principal there,
Yep.
it's been a fantastic growth for everybody, for the school, for the district, and for you, I'm sure, too. And one of the things, obviously, we can be proud about high school students progressing through, but to go on your campus and look at the joy of what schooling really is, and you see it from the littlest ones to older folks. And you think about people who work 8 hours, 10 hours, whatever, during the day, and then come at night to learn. I mean, that's what learning is about. But I was so impressed with your staff. And there's a feeling when an energy when you walk in that door. And it's spread. And thank you to the parents and to the families and community that comes out and supports us. This is a gem that we have in our district. So I'm very proud to say that we have any small part, but your leadership is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be part of this, and just to be part of MPUSD. My career has been with MPUSD. My childhood has been with MPUSD. As a young parent, I also went to a Play and Learn program, and I learned a lot. And so it's an honor to be here. I have a fabulous staff that has a vision to serve the community, and that's always what we're about.
Awesome. Go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
No questions. Kind of joining Trustee Uchida. Just a comment. I'm just so excited to see this program and to hear the parents' comments, because it really is a partnership. We, teachers and parents working together, and we all, I agree with you. If I'd known some of the techniques when I was a young mother, probably would have had a different shaping of my sons. But I'm really proud of the fact that playing and learning together really ensures the success of the whole child. I'm gonna put it that way. We talk about that whole child concept. This is what supports that whole child concept. And you've done a tremendous job as principal of our adult school. And we are so proud of the work that you've done. Thank you. And don't even think about retiring at this point. Okay.
Well, thank you for those comments. It definitely is a team approach. I think that I can definitely say I have one of the best staffs around. Please come up and see us. And we're open to suggestions. One of the things I love about the adult schools, we have some flexibility to listen to our community and make things happen. And that's been a real joy for me, too.
Just hope that this is something, Dr. Diffenbaugh, kind of putting you on the spot, that we can make available to all parents within the district. The kind of model that you're using would just be, I think, tremendous for all parents within the district.
Parenting is not easy, and sometimes it's multi-generational, sometimes it comes in different forms, but they all are coming with assets, which are their beautiful children. And when we can build community through that and support one another, we can lead these families into our TK-12 program.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, how about public comment? Any public comment on this item? Okay.
Okay, thank you again. We'll get our little ones off to bed.
Super, thank you. All right. We are now going to move to receive presentation on review of draft facilities master plan. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll turn this over to Mr. Altemeyer, who will introduce our guest, who will give a presentation.
Good evening, Board. So this evening we do have Mr. Juan Barroso from DCA. If you recall, January of this year, 2025, the Board approved a contract with his firm to conduct a facilities master plan. So that's a very lengthy assessment. So this evening, Mr. Barroso will go over a brief presentation around his findings to the facilities master plan. The full master plan, or the draft master plan, is attached to the agenda. And then we'll be ready for any questions after the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Barroso.
Thank you, Mr. Altemeyer. Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, and members of the MPUSD community, it is a pleasure to be here to give you an update on your 2025 Facilities Master Plan. My name is Juan Barroso. I'm with DCA Architects. As Mr. Altemeyer mentioned, we were hired in January earlier this year and have been working really hard on doing a thorough and inclusive update to your facilities master plan. So I'm going to provide an update. The full report has been made available to the board and to the public through the agenda, and I'll be impressed if you've read all 400 pages. But it does include a lot of detailed information, like minutes from the stakeholder meetings that we conducted, also the reports from the online survey that we did, detailed cost estimates, so if you care to know how many toilets we are remodeling at any specific site, we did provide all the detail, so there's quite a bit there. Today I'm going to provide an overview of the process, some of the key findings, and happy to take any questions. So I'd like to start with just some comments on why we're doing a facilities master plan. What is a facilities master plan? It's a plan that helps align facilities improvements with educational programs and goals. Another way to say it is it helps to align your investments, the money you spend on facilities, so that they align with educational goals. And so those might be slightly different at different school campuses, but that's kind of the one high-level way to look at it. Facilities master plan can include new construction. It might be new building, a new aquatic center. It might be simply modernizing facilities that are working fine. They might just be a little dated and might need a refresh, might need new technology, that sort of thing. So that's also something that's included in a facilities master plan. Site improvements, in your case, are a big piece of it. Several of your schools are terraced, and there's kind of a big change vertically from one end of the school to the other, so that creates some challenges for students getting around. And so if you looked at our cost estimates, you'd see some line items for site improvements. And sometimes it's major maintenance items. If you might have schools that need to be completely repainted, might need major roof repairs, et cetera. So it can really include a lot of things. It's not a one-size-fits-all type exercise. It's based on what your population, your stakeholders are telling us are the needs. And so this is going to help you prioritize your improvements as you look at how you're going to use your available funding. A facilities master plan does not provide detailed designs. It provides more concepts or ideas in how some of these needs can be addressed. So in the report, you're going to see some diagrams. I call the site plans diagrammatic. They would indicate where perhaps a new ball field is recommended, or perhaps a new building is recommended. At the end of the day, when that item becomes a project, it goes through its own design process with an architect and with a stakeholder committee from the school site guiding the design. So what we present are just conceptual ideas on how to address some of the issues. A facilities master plan has about a 10-year horizon normally. Just last year or this year, the Department of Ed is working on some new requirements that school districts have a facilities master plan no more than 5 years old to qualify for state funding. And so I think that's a good idea. If your facilities master plan is 9.5 years old, it might not reflect the current needs at the school district. So I think the 5-year window is a good one. They were kicking around 2 years, which seemed a little too short of a time period. And I think that's going to be important as your school district has some significant eligibility for some of that state money that was approved just last year by the voters statewide and is known as Prop 2. I believe it was like $10 billion, and maybe 8 of those were allocated to K-12 school districts. I just did a quick search, and it looks like your school district was able to capture about 20 million of state funding over the last 5 years. So it's real money that does come in the form of a check. And so that's an ongoing process. And I believe Mr. Altmaier is ready to continue applying for some of that state funding. So that's another reason why I think it's good to do a facilities master plan. Okay, I'm going to describe the process that we went through. One of the first things we do is my team comes down to every site, kind of walks the site to assess things like your pickup and drop off, what condition your parking lots are in, what's called the path of travel for people to walk around the campus. Some are in worse shape than others, so we do an assessment of those things. We also assess kind of your building envelope, what's called the building envelope, the shell, the windows, the roof. You know, over time they can deteriorate. Again, some of your schools look better than others, so we assess that sort of thing. We also had an engineer come down and do specific assessments for your HVAC systems, electrical systems, fire alarm systems, and we're recommending replacement of systems that are more than 10 years old, as this is a tool that goes out 5 to 10 years. In 5 years, that system is going to be 15 years old, right? In 10 years, it's going to be 20 years old. So we are looking down the road and making recommendations for replacement of some of those systems. The district has done a lot of great work recently in the area of facilities. So my team spent quite a bit of time crawling through every room several times and really documenting, for example, which restrooms have already been upgraded. Where have you upgraded the building envelope, windows, that sort of thing. So the assessment was very detailed. I think my team was down here at least 20 times. And so they really got to know your facilities. Now, one of the key components to the process is setting up an inclusive process for input. And what we did, working with your staff, is set up large community meetings for each high school community. So we had a meeting for the Marina community, Seaside community, Monterey community. We had a great turnout, and we collected input from the people who attended. We recorded those meetings, and we wrote detailed meeting minutes to document the comments coming in from the public. We also went through an exercise, which I'll show an example, that was a live, interactive prioritization exercise that we used just as one piece of this input process. Secondly, we did a really successful online survey. We worked with Mr. Altmaier and Superintendent Diffenbaugh to design the survey so that it would be easy to answer, easy to respond to. I forget what it is, but if it takes more than 2 minutes, people don't want to do it. So we spent some time designing it, and it was very successful. It mirrored some of the conversation and some of the prompts from the community meetings, basically asking the respondents to share what they see as the greatest need at the school site they're associated with. We got 1,139 responses, which I think is really a great response. And in reviewing the responses, I thought there was strong validation for the issues and the needs that surfaced at the community meetings were very much in line with the responses from the online surveys. There wasn't too much far out in the fringes, and you'll see what they were. It's restrooms, classrooms that need modernization, ball fields, etc. So the data we were getting was in strong alignment. So that was really positive. So I'm going to show you an example of one of the site plans that would be typical for all of the school sites that we looked at. We also have written summaries of what the needs are and what the recommendations are. As I said, there's quite a few appendices in the report that will give you all of that information. We reviewed kind of I'll say a 90% draft with Dr. Diffenbaugh and Mr. Altmaier a few weeks ago. We got some input from them. And so what's in front of you today, I would call like a 95% complete report. We're still hoping to get some further input from the board and others so that we can create a final report in the next few weeks. You're also going to see some budgets. I'm going to show an example of how we create the budgets, and all the information again is in the appendices. This is an exercise that we go through that we went through at each of the community meetings. The way this exercise works, and I believe a few board members attended the meeting, so you may have seen how the exercise worked. So with a smart device, it's an app. I forget what it's called. I think it's called Mentimeter. So we prompt some questions. In this case, the prompt was what we were hearing from the audience as far as what needs or concerns they felt in terms of facilities. And here you'll see classroom modernization, a new gym at Seaside Middle School, sports fields, etc. And so we kind of talked through all of these items that come up, and then each participant gets to vote on what they consider to be the top 5 priorities. And I would look at this as one data point on, May 15th, 2025, from a specific group of people who are interested in the facilities at Monterey Peninsula Unified. So this doesn't necessarily guide your final decisions, but I think it's a good data point to look at what people are feeling about facilities on that day by that group. So this tells us that, in this case, a gym at Seaside Middle School is important, sports fields are important, performing arts center, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I will also say that certain things that may not be the most popular or got the most votes, some of these things are still going to get addressed. In this example, I think in improving the pickup and drop-off, which can be a safety issue, is something we would recommend still gets addressed. So this is, again, just one data point in the process. Okay, the next graphic we're going to look at, which looks a little bit like a kaleidoscope. I'll try to simplify it. So the light blue represents how many people voted that item to be first priority, or the highest priority. Down to the dark, number 10, I think it's a dark blue or dark purple, that person would have considered that kind of the lowest in priority. So what we're looking for here is which items have the most light blue, I think is the way to kind of boil this down. And so you'll see that some of the items that rated highest in priority in the online survey are, again, athletic fields, classroom modernization, restrooms. Again, just another data point in gathering information for this process to develop some recommendations, and some things that may not have rated as the top priority may still get done because they may be safety issues or issues of functionality around the school sites and so forth. But this is just an example of how we collected information to make this really inclusive and try to identify where the consensus was on some of the facilities concerns. Now this, I'm just going to touch on some of the most common needs, which you've already heard from both the in-person meetings and from the online survey, classroom modernization. I know the district has done quite a bit of that already, and you go into some rooms, they look great, and maybe an adjacent classroom wing hasn't been touched, and now it's time to spend some resources there, create some equity, create some really first-rate learning environments. The typical work there includes new finishes, which will create better acoustics, better comfort, better lighting, better energy efficiency, just making those spaces better spaces for learning. Restroom upgrades, the district has also done quite a bit of that already. So we spent some time really taking inventory of what's left to do. And in some cases, the restroom upgrades might be a total gut, you know, where you go down to the studs and you kind of got to start over to achieve accessibility code compliance. In some cases, it's more of a light upgrade to existing restrooms. So there's some of both in the plan. A big aspect of the program is going to be continuing to replace windows and doors. Again, going to the building envelope, that's an issue of energy efficiency and comfort inside the spaces. You know, windows are designed to last 30, 40 years. Some of these may have been there a little more than that. And so it's just time to replace them. Some admin office refresh, I think partly to improve circulation through the offices, but also a facelift. You know, it's the first space that a parent or a visitor or student comes through, and so there is some of that included as well in the overall program. And you'll see a few athletics, outdoor play area improvements. So these appear to be the most common needs across all the sites. As we were discussing, you know, some of the needs, there were some projects we're just calling more major projects that there seemed to be a lot of interest in, consensus, and a lot of feedback came back not only at the in-person meetings but also through the online survey, and we've listed in here a new classroom building to replace a bunch of portables. I think 13 portables being replaced with a new permanent classroom building with a little bit of a better layout, a little bit of a courtyard, et cetera, at Olson. That seemed to be a high need. A replacement swimming pool at Monterey High School. And we have some concepts of the best location for that aquatic center. That's a tricky site, not only because of the up and down, but there's a lot going on at that site. And so we have a concept that we think will work. When that one becomes its own project, there will be an architect who guides that through design. And in the end, it might look a little different than what we came up with, but that's okay. That's the design process. But we think there's a way to make it work on that campus. Okay, so let me see. There's a few others. Similarly, a theater fine arts facility at Seaside High School, which I think is a budget set aside towards that project. A replacement swimming pool at Seaside High School. I think what's there just kind of doesn't work for competition, and it could use a refresh as well. Baseball and softball complex at Seaside, and Seaside Middle School, a new middle school gymnasium. So those were some of the major projects that surfaced to the top as high needs. Okay, we're going to look at a sample of an example of one of our site plans. And again, it's very diagrammatic. It'll indicate where we think a facility could go. We've done some rough sizing of about how big of a footprint a facility is going to have to make sure it fits and the circulation works and so forth. And when looking at a site, and this will be kind of in the next phase of this work, is one thing I recommend the district thinks about is, okay, can we group some of these recommended projects into a larger project and get better economies of scale, get a better price point on the work that we're doing? Sometimes that there is an advantage to that, and you have to balance that with how much disruption is that going to cause on the site. So that's part of the next phase of work that the district is going to be doing. along with thinking about, how does this affect safety? Is it in the right location? Is it adjacent to the right spaces? Other site constraints like parking, outdoor spaces. We also looked at, in cases, is there a way to repurpose an existing structure as opposed to tearing it down and building a new one? We did spend some time thinking about that. And we're always thinking about, the overall disruption to the site. So we believe what we're recommending is all feasible. And the implementation is sort of the next steps after this phase. Let's see, I've touched on these points here. Yeah, I've touched on all these points. So here's one example of a site plan that includes recommended improvements. In this case, it's Seaside High School. For the most part, there is modernization of classrooms. You'll see it at the bottom right. There are some temporary classrooms that would need to be installed, as some of the students would have to be moved around. So that's temporary housing of students. You'll also see the upgrade to the aquatic center, the baseball, softball complex, and a future performing arts center over to the left on that piece of property there. And so behind this in the full report, you would also see more detail on the cost estimate as far as what's being included, quantities and such. We're going to look at an example of a budget, and I wanted to explain how we put these budgets together. The budgets are what I call total project budgets, meaning it's every check you're going to write to get the project done, which includes architects, engineers, inspectors, division of state architect fees. You may even have to pay the Department of Education some fees for some of these projects. Obviously, the contractors doing the construction. So the budgets that are presented with this plan are total project budgets that include everything other than kind of the chairs and desks, and anything that's movable or loose inside the space, but anything that is part of the construction, including all the fees and soft costs, are included. The numbers also include some contingencies. So following industry best practices, we build our budgets with a contingency for the design process. There seems to always be things that come up that, we hadn't thought of. Some of those things might be underground and you can't see them. Okay, that happens. We also may realize, hey, this group of stakeholders at this school site really wants something in addition to what we thought about. So there's a little room for that too in the budgets, because that's just a natural part of the process. We also include course of construction contingency. If any of you have been involved in construction, there's always a little extra cost as you kind of go through, and a lot of those things are unforeseen, things under the ground, things behind walls, and so forth. So we do include contingencies for those sorts of issues, as well as all the soft costs, which cover architects, engineers, your fees, the whole cast of consultants that it takes to get a project designed and completed. And we included 2 years of cost escalation. I use about 6% for cost escalation. Just like at the grocery store, prices really never go down. They just keep inching up a little bit. And so we keep very close track of construction cost escalation in this area. And so there's some of that buffer built in, knowing that you're not going to build all these projects, within the next 12 months. It's going to take time to get these built, bid out, and built, and so forth. So we do have some of that contingency built into the numbers. So someone looking initially at them might say, wow, they seem pretty high. We've put a lot of thought into them, and we think these are good budgets so that the district can complete these projects and meet the commitments that are included in this plan. So here would be an example of a budget summary for Seaside High School in this case. So we're looking at 3 categories of projects that we've included. The first line item is for modernization of classrooms. Second item is modernization of restrooms. And the third item is site improvements. And you'll see the first column, which presents the construction costs. That would be, let's call it, the contractor's bid on the day the project bids. And then as you go left to right, you're going to see some of the contingencies that I explained. There's a design contingency. I can see that far. Yes, there's the first item would be the design contingency, followed by construction contingency, followed by soft costs, and you'll see the escalation as well to give you the total off to the far right. So as your team here, Mr. Altmaier and his team starts working with these budgets, my hope is that say, okay, this is a realistic budget that I can take and finish that project that's in the plan. So that's our goal. You'll see a sheet like this in the full report. So this would be a different view of the same information. But now this is for all school sites, including the classroom modernization, restroom modernization line items, the admin office refresh, and so forth. So you'll see different categories of projects for the various sites. There's a separate sheet that would have the same type of budgets for the major projects that we discussed just a few minutes ago. So next, in terms of next steps, I think the immediate thing is hoping to get some feedback from this presentation, from the board, from other district staff, from community members on the plan itself, or any questions. It's our goal to finalize the plan before the end of the year. And following board approval of the plan, the district's going to begin developing an implementation plan. Projects are funded, there's a need, and so that would be a natural next step, and look forward to supporting that effort as well. So I've been talking for about 20 minutes. Be happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
Okay, board, any questions? Go ahead, board member Ofstettle.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation, and I can't wait to dig into it even more. I have a question for you about the bathroom modernization. We heard from our Monterey High leadership the other day, and we've heard from many campuses that bathrooms are a concern in terms of behavior. And the idea of having, I don't know what the right term is, but floor-to-ceiling door, open concept, so there's less interaction between students that goes unsupervised, and that, you know, we're seeing that kind of design in restaurants and in the community, so that it, you know, more students have access to more bathrooms, because it doesn't have to be gendered necessarily. Is that a concept you guys are looking at when you're creating bathroom designs?
Yes, so that's a great question. And the answer, I think, is still evolving. But we worked on, I think, one of the first high school restrooms that applied that concept. In fact, when we presented it to the Department of Ed, they said, hang on, what are you doing? So they came down and met with the superintendent, district leadership, and this must have been about 6 years ago now. So that was kind of cutting edge at that time. And it's exactly the concept you're talking about, which is common in European schools, right, in restaurants. But it's so new in a high school, and so we got some input from CDE, and I think they understood that because we had input from students and parents who were very supportive of the concept at that high school, they approved the concept. And so later they used that project at Albany High School to develop their guidelines for those all-gender restrooms. I mean, there's many titles for them. We call them all-gender restrooms. And yes, they do have the floor-to-ceiling doors, which is not a perfect solution because when it first opened, there was fire alarms every single day, right? And so we had to kind of modify the fire. So we've learned how to make them work. I still don't know that the floor-to-ceiling is a perfect solution, but that's what the Division of State Architect was requiring at the time. And I have seen that concept being applied still, but it does have other unintended consequences. But we've learned a lot about how that process works. And so that would be an option if the district felt that was the right solution here and the parents supported it and the board supported it. I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you. My next question is more a comment. I really appreciate the attention to what the community was saying for the larger ticket items. It captures a lot, but I don't feel like the plan helps all of our middle school students. There is a significant lack of facilities for our middle school athletes, so I want to be mindful of that. Because I think all three school systems, those middle school students deserve the proper facilities. When you had the line item screen up, I don't remember what slide it was. Does the Seaside High projected budget include the pool and ball field, and what line, the one before this one? Where you used the example, yeah, this one.
Yes, so the major projects, those projects are listed in the major project kind of summary. So they are included in the overall budget that's part of this plan. They're not on this specific sheet.
So these numbers do not include the pool and ball field improvement?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for using $2027. And that's all my questions for now.
Okay, any other board member comments, questions? Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I really actually appreciated the in-depth package of the PDF that was also attached, because it also showed the breakdown per school, enrollment details over the past years, even like just a bird's eye view of the site map to help us really think of what's going to happen and potential funding and improvements. If we could just go back one slide. Forward one slide, the one that had all the numbers in the list.
This one?
Yes. I had a question on, so for Dual Language Academy and Delray Woods, Dual Language Academy and Delray Woods site improvement, is that correct where DLAMP has that site improvement of the 1 million and Delray Woods is the 0?
Yeah, I think I'll jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but the site improvements, I think, are more specific to ADA improvements, and since DLAMP has the levels to it, it would cost a lot to create the ADA ramps in between those levels, whereas Delray Woods is pretty flat, and so you don't have those same issues. So I think that's why you see the difference there.
Perfect. I was assuming site improvements included things like the fields or sports areas and stuff like that, or the pool, which was my follow-up question for Monterey High. I know that was one of the major projects, but I was just trying to see where that lands on this total project budget, under what section?
Yeah, we didn't include that slide in this presentation, but it is in the full report.
Okay.
And it looks just like this, and you'll see the major projects. Yeah, we probably should have included it.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I had a question regarding the second page. So you were saying that they're currently set for every 10 years, but then you mentioned, and unfortunately I started taking a note, so I didn't, when it said they probably should be updated every 5 years, you had mentioned, I guess, Ed Code. Is that what's being proposed, or is that already in place, that it's going to be every 5 years?
It's a new regulation that came in with the new statewide bond with Prop 2. So the Office of Public School Construction, which oversees the state funding of school facilities, has introduced some new guidelines associated with the new Prop 2 money, but they haven't approved them. So they've been trying to approve them since like May, and they're saying probably in November the state allocation board has to adopt the guidelines. But they've been written, they just have to be adopted. So when they are adopted, I spoke to Mr. Altmaier a couple of weeks ago, we're probably going to have to add a few details in the appendix sections to be fully compliant with the new requirements. Now, so the requirement is your facility master plan can't be more than 5 years old. So in 5 years, presumably you would do maybe a minor update to this. Historically, it's been 10 years because something of this scale just takes a long time to do.
Takes a long time. Okay, so then is it going to be a situation where, like you said, the plan can't be more than 5 years, but then every 5 years we would probably do an assessment, and then if we say didn't need to do.
So normally what you would do is, I would call it an update at 5 years, but then at 10 years, you maybe want to take a whole fresh look.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, actually, there was one more. Is there a potential cost to that also? And, now having to do it every 5 years instead of every 10?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have an idea of what it is, or?
It's not a lot compared to the construction cost.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Khan.
Yeah, just wanted to say from the students' perspective, especially at the high school level, a lot of this very appreciated, especially coming from Monterey High School. The pool especially has been a major issue that students and families have had for a long time now. Just like it's been having some negative impacts on campus, just it being as old as it is. I personally, I'm on the swim team. I'm involved pretty heavily directly with the pool, and I know that even some new students coming to the school will be reluctant to try water sports just because they know the reputation of the pool, and it's a sad thing to see, especially because that's like a team I'm a part of. So I'm really excited, and I think a lot of people are being really excited about this moving forward. Also, my fellow student trustee, Priya, unfortunately she had to leave early, but she's very excited about all the major projects and improvements coming to Seaside High School. And I just wanted to say it's great to see that a lot of these things that were outlined on the facilities plan is what students are having complaints about, or would want to see improved. The bathrooms have always been a big point of improvement at Monterey High School, and I know that the other high schools, just from talking with people I know, my friends, and it's great to see. I scanned over the plans, and it looks it looked like almost every single bathroom at my school and the other high schools were going to be improved on and worked on, and that's just great to see, because that's one of the first things that'll come to a student's mind if you ask them what should be improved on campus. And then, so bathrooms, and then the attention to the sports facilities. Sports are just like such an important part of our lives as students. It's a major extracurricular that so many of our students participate in, and to see all the attention that it's getting I bet everyone's going to be very appreciative of that. And yeah, I also want one extra thing. I saw a lot of the staff restrooms are also getting renovated and having improvements, and I know that that's also been just between my teachers. I've just heard around. It's also a thing that they're going to be appreciative of. It's good to see that the student restrooms as well as the staff restrooms are being worked on. And one question specifically about the pool, the new pool at Monterey High School. I was just wondering. It may not even be at this point yet, but you mentioned that there's like an architect working on the pool, and I just coming from a swimming background, I also participate on a club team, And I know that there could be some other stakeholders involving the pool outside of just the high school and the high school team, because, you know, potentially if the pool meets regulation, that like clubs could use the pool, and meets could be hosted there, club meets could be hosted there, which could bring in bring in money for the school and school district. So I'm just wondering, are stakeholders outside of the high school being addressed or brought in to consider the planning for the new pool?
So the planning that we've done for the new pool is at a very basic level right now, but it is being proposed as a competition pool. I believe it's sized for 12 lanes, 6 feet deep. And there's a few more parameters that if you were to go look at the appendix and look at the details, it would give you a lot more detail. But it's just a very basic concept right now. When that becomes a project, that architect will start over, sit down with stakeholders from the high school, as you're saying, possibly outside stakeholders, and as a group, that group guides the architect. The architect just holds the pen, but the group sort of guides what the design is going to be. Now, we designed what we would call a competition pool that could serve all the functions you're talking about. We were given a budget by Dr. Diffenbaugh, so that will be something that needs to be balanced when that becomes a project.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other board comments, questions? Go ahead. You have a couple more? Okay.
Thank you. So just last question, this might be a district question. So based on these budgets and everything we're seeing, is this feasible to do all, or will there be like some decisions needing to be made?
Yeah, so we budgeted, including the money set aside for teacher staff housing. We budgeted for the entire amount of the bond. So it's $340 million bond. We feel like with what we've budgeted plus the developer fees that we get, which is usually around $2 million a year, that go back into the facilities, that would provide an extra cushion, and we'd be able to do all the projects. The big caveat is the escalation, and we try to plan for escalation, but as we've seen, you know, construction costs have gone up substantially higher than would have been predicted 5 years ago. So that's the big wild card is the escalation. But yes, we would plan to do these as was said. The architect sitting down to do the real detailed plan. That's when we'd get, I think, better numbers, because it's getting more and more refined. But as a high level, we think we can do all these projects.
Awesome. I'm thinking too, just like predictions of like unknown factors once we, break ground and we find something
Correct.
that we need
Yes.
to
No, that's always
address.
issue. The only other thing that I should have said in terms of a major project is based on the board's prior priorities, we are planning for a centralized kitchen that would allow for fresh food to be made and delivered to all our sites in a way that another thing the kids often give feedback on is the food, and so we're trying to prepare for that as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate that slide 115 you mentioned with the major projects. That breakdown, I think, is really great. It's transparent for our community, and seeing how many dollars are going to the Seaside community makes me very, very excited. So as we move forward, if it's available or needed to share that with the community, showing like, here's our major projects and like over 40 million is going here, I think that'd just be cool to share. But thank you.
Dr. Lusk.
Thank you. I first and foremost want to acknowledge and appreciate you for the thorough report, and I look forward, as we move to the next phases, a more in-depth discussion with the stakeholders. Trustee Khan said it very well. With the swimming pool and what have you, we really need to have those outside stakeholders really get involved in the discussion. And I truly appreciate the picture on the front. This is our why. These are our kids. And that's what we are doing is going to support the future of these students. And one of the things I want to point out or ask specifically relates to the classroom modernization, because your point was right on track when you said at the beginning of the presentation that in some classrooms you see this modern classroom with all the whiteboards and everything that will fully engage students, that will allow the teacher to fully engage students. And I want to know for sure that this is going to be our first priority, that academic classroom, athletics and performing arts and all of that is perfect, but that academic classroom needs to be, all academic classrooms need to be brought up to standards. So is that kind of our first priority? And Dr. Diffenby, I'll let you, whoever wants to speak to that.
So yes, the plan would be for all classrooms that haven't been modernized to be modernized through this bond.
Okay.
I think the how we phase in the projects, that's still up for discussion and debate, meaning it may make sense to modernize Seaside High School and parallel also do the field improvement. And so in that sense, it may be before another classroom gets done. But at the end of the bond, the plan is to modernize all the campuses, all the classrooms.
Thank you for that. And I know, because I've really enjoyed visiting Monterey High's back to school nights and what have you. And I know they may be a bit further along with the classrooms updated. I'm not saying that's a fact, but I just noticed as I was walking from classroom to classroom, you know, how parents were being fully engaged by teachers utilizing the upgraded classrooms. Then that's enough about classroom. I want to go now to the, well, I hear you say that if Seaside is going to be a priority, then we're going to look at taking care of all the needs at Seaside High, probably before, as we're doing another facility, or before we start on another facility. Is that kind of the way we're going to approach it or not?
Yeah, I think we'd have to put some time and a little bit and more thought into an implementation plan in terms of how it's phased in. The other thing that it will depend on is when we can access bond funds, because we can't sell all the bonds all at once. So it may be that we have 60 million to work with first, and then 3 or 4 years down the line we can draw another 90 million. So we'll have to match when the funds are available with the projects. Yeah.
And last comment related to the swimming pools. Your points are right on, Trustee Khan. I would hope that whatever model we use at Seaside, at Monterey, a similar model will be used at Seaside, because there are community groups that really access that school pool on a consistent basis. So I would hope, I think both pools are enclosed, and I'm just trying to think about how we're going to make that happen, but I'm not the expert. I just dream and I can visualize, but I just hope they're similar. Okay.
So we're currently working on 2 high school competitive aquatic centers for the Modesto City Schools, and they're doing them together to get a better price. You know, and they're identical. And so what you're saying makes total sense, and that would be something that the district is going to look at it as they start looking at implementation. But I would support that idea.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. I'm going to get specific to the area I represent in Marina. And Marina High School has a wonderful new multi-use stadium, but we don't have enough parking. So my question to you is, do you ever work with city jurisdictions to work a cooperation so we can like build some more parking? Because literally, I mean, and we'll have this Saturday at a big football game against Marina and Seaside. The parking's going to be crazy. And we need to address that for the future, because it's just going to get, as the school gets bigger and our football team is really good, and even in all the sports, our basketball team has been doing well. It's just not enough parking on site. So I know we've had discussions with the city, and there's always been hurdles and things that we couldn't do, but hopefully in the future we can work through some of those and I mean, make it adequate so parents and families can park. Not just a sporting event, it could be a music event. So anything there. So just when you build a nice facility, but you're limited by the size and where you go into, without the ability to look further down the road, something we need to look at.
Yeah, I think that would be very worthwhile, especially now as we're at the front end of this program. And we did recognize what you're talking about. And so we did create a budget to try to address the issue you're talking about. I think it would require some collaboration with the city. But that there's a process for that. We did include some money, but at the end of the day, we're looking at the site plan and, man, there's just not enough real estate here.
Maybe, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but maybe on school grounds, but
right.
the surrounding city, you know, hopefully we can get on their radar so everybody wins.
So I think that would be a worthwhile conversation with the city.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Good.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. I did find the page for cost estimates, but when I'm not seeing the estimates for those higher price point projects. Am I missing something?
Yeah, it would be.
I'm on page 144, but maybe I missed.
I can give you the page. Hang on. You're looking at the full report, right?
Yes.
Well, While Mr. Barroso looks for that specific, just kind of as closing to this, what really the goal for today was to have the master plan reviewed and and we're treating this as our playbook, as you will, for the complete project. So what we budgeted for was the dollar amounts that we had available to us based on the needs and feedback that we received from stakeholders, what we knew was necessary based on Mr. Barroso's firm identifying site needs, and then things that we knew about based on other projects and as we've worked on campuses.
It's on page 115 of the full report.
Thank you.
Yeah, so combined with that, the signature projects or the major projects and the overall modernizations, leaving some contingency, that's how we came up with a full master plan, budgeting the dollars that we had available to us for Measure A.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that the budgets will change, right, depending on the implementation plan and when you do certain projects and cost escalations and things. So I don't want to present this as a firm, document that will never change, but it gives you the large parameters of what we're looking at.
And it'll be updated often, I'm sure. Any other comments from board? Okay, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. I do appreciate the realistic cost estimates. which were not in our last master plan. But I do appreciate the realistic cost estimates. Now we'll go, is there any public comment on this item?
Good evening, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and Board. I just had a few questions. The first one being, you know, Cal OSHA in 2024, they said like the classrooms indoor there's advisories when it reaches 82 degrees indoors. The weather seems to get hotter and hotter every single year, and even outside, even though it's like 73, with some of the windows and construction, the indoors heat up drastically. So I want to just make sure with the new renovations, that's a key area to focus on. The other question I would have is, in terms of the stakeholder input you got, if there was any one particular community that had a lot more responses. And then the last one being, like Board Member Uchida, I do have concerns around Marina High because it is an exploding community and the school is kind of at its limits, and so what kind of construction and things can be done around that? Thank you.
Okay, you want to respond?
Sure. All valid, good points. And I think as we've said, the plan is going to be evolving. This is based on the needs and things that we know now. As we get into the design, you know, some of these projects may be 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road, and things will change at that point. We did do an environmental study, but it was really focused on the impacts around solar, how to energy offsets, batteries, grid resiliency for things like that. You know, windows and things will be addressed as part of this master plan, so that will help with ventilation in classrooms. Some of the classrooms and windows don't open, so that adds to some of the issues that we're experiencing. So we're gonna have to address these issues from multiple different ways. And, you know, operating within some of the parameters and constraints that we have realistically around budget, and then just the sites themselves, right? The physical capacity and the footprint of the school sites.
Okay. Any other?
I'll
go ahead.
I could touch on Marina High. Yeah, so it's a challenging layout, obviously, because it's an elementary school. It was an elementary school, so the footprint is pretty small. I think that we do have kind of some short-term ideas about maybe where to add some portables to free up some space. Long-term, we would have to look to the city. They own the property up above Marina High, and they're planning to develop that. And so in that development, we've already talked with them about the potential of giving us a piece or leasing it to us or something. But again, that would be a little bit down the road, not in the immediate future. But in the immediate future, I think there's a short-term plan to add some classrooms there to allow for some space. I think we'll have to also look at programming, right, in terms of if space becomes very tight, then, you know, do certain programs go to sites that have more space, thus freeing up space, you know, so that would be a consideration as well. Programs meaning there's certain special ed programs that right now we've designed for certain sites, and we'll just have to continue to evaluate that as a future, as we continue to monitor the future.
Okay. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, we'll come back to the board one more time just to make sure. We all good? All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it a bunch.
Thank you.
All right, now we are going to move to superintendent's report.
All right, I'll be quick here. All right. I'll try to do 3 minutes. All right. Youth Truth Survey, students have spoken and taken the survey at most campuses. And so we really want to get family survey. It's open till this Friday. If you haven't taken the survey, it takes just a little bit. So please give us your feedback. This is National Bullying Prevention Month, and you'll see at a number of our sites wearing orange, having anti-bullying assemblies or speakers to promote safe and positive environments. It's also National Principals Month, so thank your principal for all their hard work and everything that they do on our school campuses. Federal Survey Day was October 16th. If you are a military-connected student, we encourage you to get this survey in. This helps the district recoup valuable revenue from federal sites that don't pay property tax. High school conferences are starting tomorrow and through the 31st. So they're early release days on all days. Please contact your school if you haven't already to set up a conference if there's still time. And then wanted to highlight our partners at MPC put on this great event last year, and they really want us to promote this this year. It's a family STEAM day at the campus in Monterey, and lots of great activities for kids and for the entire family. And you can earn Saturday Academy credit if you sign in. Please help us spread the word there. And we won't play this video tonight, but we celebrated Filipino American History Month. And we went out to sites and interviewed students about their heritage and their connection and how they celebrate and what it means to them. So it was a great way to continue to both honor Filipino Americans and spread the knowledge of our very diverse community. And that's my report.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. All right, conference discussion and action. Item A, public hearing to approve tentative agreement between Monterey Peninsula Unified School District and Monterey Bay Teachers Association to conclude negotiations for the 2025-2026 school year. Go for it.
Good evening, President Jennings, Dr. Diffenbaugh, Board of Trustees. Before you is a tentative agreement, which is item B, but this is a public hearing. I just want to make sure to read what it's included in the agreement. Also just want to give a shout out to Keisha Ferguson for diligently working with me through late hours, as well as President Ross Book. We got this done like at 8 p.m. Negotiating through the phone and email. So kudos to them for their willingness to get this done. So in the agreement, the district agreed to apply a 2% on-schedule increase towards the benefit cap. The breakdowns of the values are there. We also agreed to cover the full costs associated with leaving our current benefit provider, as one of the conditions for this was to shift to another benefit provider. And then no salary increase for 25-26.
Okay. Is there any questions, comments from the board? Sorry, this is public.
Yep.
Questions, comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And we will move to discuss and approve tentative agreement between Monterey Peninsula Unified School District and the Monterey Bay Teachers Association to conclude negotiations for the 25-26 school year.
And this is just asking for the vote of the board to approve the agreement.
All right, board, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from trustee Uchida and a second from trustee Miramontes. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on to item C, discuss and approve waiver and release agreement by Monterey Bay Teachers Association withdrawal from municipalities, colleges, schools, insurance group, that would be MIGSIG.
Yeah, as stated earlier, this transition for certificated staff, we need a waiver of agreement to exit our current benefit provider. And this is only for the certificated unit, which is just teachers, counselors, psychologists, and speech language pathologists. So I'm asking for the vote so that we can provide MIGSIG notice that we are withdrawing the MBTA membership from benefits.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Seeing nobody here and nobody online. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Velasquez and a second from Dr. Lusk. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next, item D, discuss and approve resolution 25/26-07, electing to join CalPERS as a benefit provider for the Monterey Bay Teachers Association.
Thank you. Again, as part of the negotiated agreement between the district and the teachers union, we're asking the board approve this resolution for the certificated unit to form part of the CalPERS as the new benefit provider for the 25-26 school year. And that will be effective January 1, 2026, when the new benefit rates come into play. This was something that was of interest to the unit, and so we worked with them diligently to make this happen.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Okay, any questions or comments from the public? All right, seeing nobody online and nobody in person, is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Vice President Miramontes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next, item E, discuss and ratify change order number 3 for DMC Commercial for the modernization project of Los Arblos Middle School.
Thank you. I'll have Mr. Altenmeyer speak to this one.
All right.
Thank you. So this is a change order. The total dollar amount for the change order, for this change order number 3 is $365,434. This is a lot of the change order. You can see a detailed list in the attachment. The primary cause of the change order was some unforeseen circumstances when we're digging and doing things on campus. Large portion of that was some underground lines that we had to place, electrical and water, about $116,000 of this change order when we were doing some concrete work there. There was some surface or some lines that weren't deep enough when they were doing the work, so they had to be relocated. Overall, the change order for this particular project, including this, was about 5.3% of the total project cost, so under 10%. So this should be close to the last change order that we should have for this project. But a lot of these, like I said, most of these were unforeseen. Some owner requested, but a lot of unforeseen.
Under 10%, that's great. That's awesome. Doesn't happen very often. Okay, board, any questions, comments? All right, public, any questions or comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Uchida
Second.
and a second from Trustee Offstettel. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, next, item F, discuss and accept the 2025-2026 fiscal year memorandum of understanding for Head Start services with the Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo, Inc. Dr. Diffenbach.
Yes, this item and the next 4 after, I believe, what will all be Ms. McIntosh.
Yes, good evening, Board President Jennings, Superintendent Divenbaugh, Board of Trustees. This particular MOU, we've had a longstanding partnership with CAPSLO to serve our students through Head Start, and so this MOU is updated to reflect our current services with them for the 25-26 school year. You'll see the breakdown there, looking at reimbursement for 72 students that are served on our campuses, as well as the opportunity to have 8 additional children served through the CAPSLO MOU.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Nobody in person and not seeing any hands raised online. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Velasquez and a second from Trustee Ofstettle. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Next, item G, discuss and approve purchase and installation of play structure equipment at Monterey Child Development Center by Park Planet.
Yes, thank you. As you know, our transitional kindergarten has expanded by the age, and so more 3-year-olds are being served in our transitional kindergarten classes. Therefore, we now have expanded to 2 years old in our preschools. And so this particular play equipment allows our students to have more height-appropriate, developmentally appropriate opportunities based on this expansion.
No more giant slides for little ones?
Well, they don't let us do that, but yes.
Awesome. Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing none in person or online, is there a motion? Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Sanders. Second. Second from Dr. Lusk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next, item H, discuss and approve updated contract with EDMO, that's Adventure More, for after-school and intercession programming.
Yes, thank you. EDMO is a current partner that we utilize to support our students on our campuses for the after-school program. Based on the desire to continue to remove students off the waiting list and serve them after school, as well as the expansion of a very successful intercession programs, we've increased our contract to be able to serve our students in that way for EDMO.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion?
I move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, have a motion from Trustee Ofstettle and a second from Dr. Lusk. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
I just wanted to note that this contract came to you in September 23rd, but we've attached the scope of work, so it's not additional. It just gives you more information about what we're doing with that contract. So I apologize, I wasn't clear on that. Yes.
Okay. All right, next item, I, discuss and approve contract addendum with,
Alebo.
thank you. It's getting late. Alevo, I was up early. Learning for staffing, Alevo Learning for staffing, support, and curriculum and after-school programming.
Yes, thank you. For the same reason, we are really desiring to ensure that we're serving as many students as we can, and therefore we are taking students off the waiting list, and that increases the amount of staff that we need at those sites that Alevo serves, and therefore this is what that contract reflects. And this has not been in front of you before. This is to reflect the expansion of removing students off the wait list currently.
Awesome. Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Sanders. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, item J, discuss and ratify agreement for off-site services at YMCA of Monterey Clubhouse in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program.
Yes, last but not least, YMCA has been another wonderful partner of ours to serve our students. We've had the opportunity to have YMCA serve on our campuses, but they've also opened up and expanded opportunities for students in their clubhouse. And so this MOU reflects the expansion of being able to serve more students after school, but also in their clubhouse here in Monterey, or there in Monterey.
Okay, all right.
Where are we?
I was like, wait, we are in Monterey. No, we're not. Okay, any questions or comments from the public, or from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing nobody in person, nobody online, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from trustee Velasquez and a second from trustee Ostadel. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item K, discuss and ratify service agreement with Amerigus Healthcare Staffing, Inc. to provide one speech and language pathologist. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Ms. Rivera.
Good evening, Board. So this is just a ratified contract for a speech and language pathologist that we have contracted with from the beginning of the year, just some edits to the contract, I believe.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board on this item? Okay. Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll
Okay.
second.
Have a motion from Vice President and a second from, who was that? Trustee Ofstedel, thank you. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Education in one motion. There's no discussion of these items before the board vote unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. It's understood that the administration recommends approval of all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by members of the governing board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Board, are there any items that you would like to pull for further discussion?
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
maybe not for further, for further discussion, I'd like to look at item Q, although it's accepting the fiscal year 2025-2026 child care and development contract for $5 million. I'd just like to have staff. Thank you. That's you too? You have that concern too? Okay.
Okay, clarification then, is what
Yes.
you would like.
Uh-huh,
Okay.
yes, clarification, so.
Yes,
please,
this
little more
is,
information.
yes, this is the annual contract that comes to us based on serving our preschool students. So, for example, regular students who are not in preschool, we receive ADA, so based on their attendance, we receive funding. It generally comes through your general funding. For preschool, we actually get this annual contract that basically says, here's the money that you need to serve the number of students that you currently have in your preschool, and it comes as a grant, but it's actually just an allocation, restricted allocation to directly serve students in preschool, so that way we can run our preschool programs, and it comes from the state.
Thank you. And I'm just kind of maybe old-fashioned, but when we get grants in this amount, I think they need to be on the action agenda, you know.
Yes, and I do
for further
apologize.
discussion, not in consent agenda.
Yes, and I do apologize. Normally it does come in our information discussion, so I do apologize, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right. So are you good with it?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
good with
We
it
don't need to pull it? All right, perfect.
now, but in the future, I'm
It'll
asking
be-
that we put it in the right section.
You got it. Notes taken, I saw it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else? Anybody else have anything they'd like to pull or need further clarification? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just had a question on item R, approving an agreement with the National College Resources Foundation for the first annual HBCU Expo Day. I wanted clarification on, I guess, like what the event is gonna look like, and what exactly, just, I guess, a further explanation on what it is, maybe.
Sure. Yeah, so for the last few years, we've had the HBCU caravan where we've had it at Seaside High School during the school day. And Seaside High students came, and it's historically black colleges and universities. So probably 30 to 40 universities come, and they give applications, acceptances right on the spot, even scholarships right on the spot. So we've done that for the last 2 years, but one of the challenges was getting students from other campuses like Monterey, Marina there. And so this is going to be a bigger expo that still has the colleges and universities there, still offers acceptances right on the spot, but is going to be more a celebration of historically black colleges and universities culture, with guest speakers, with performances, and it's going to be after the school day, which will allow, we're hoping will allow more students to come, not just from Monterey Peninsula, but from all over Monterey County. And it's going to be at the Oldemeyer Center in Seaside, and really trying to really highlight the partnership that we're forming and the opportunities that are there for our students. So this is going to be bigger and bolder than we've done in the past.
Okay, you good?
Yeah, maybe just a quick comment. Like I'm so excited to see this coming because and from personal experience, getting to talk to a college admissions officer or a representative from a school is like a very helpful experience or opportunity to have, because you can ask questions that are not just on the website, or they have personal experience and they have stories that they can tell. And I think it's great I'm glad to hear that this started at Seaside High, but then we thought about how can we expand this to the other campuses. And I think it's great to see that we're including all of our high school campuses and inviting them all. And yeah, I'm excited to bring this to. We have Black Student Alliance Club at Monterey High School, and I'd love to bring this event to them, have them help advertise that, and I think at all of the high school campuses that this is something very exciting. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Lusk.
I just want to add that 2 years ago, when we were invited to have this caravan come to our district, it was because another school district canceled, and it was on Valentine's Day, and we had to say yes at that point, and that yes was what a Seaside High School allowed us to say yes at that point, and we continued the second year. However, as Dr. Diffenbaugh said, we wanted to expand it to our district, where students could come and people beyond the district. Some of our private schools, some high schools in Salinas, Greenfield, Soledad, they want to attend. And so the Oldemeyer Center and the Seaside City Council has said, we'll waive the fee, and that way we can have them with tables around the gym, and we can have a celebratory event for the county. And so that will allow Monterey and Seaside High and students from all high schools within this county and beyond to attend. We awarded over $2 million worth of scholarships last year. And so I just wanted to add that because I'm grateful for getting the phone call to say, we have a date, this district canceled, does MPUSD, and Dr. Diffenbaugh says, yes, we want to afford this opportunity to our students. So it's not a campus event, it's a district-wide event, okay? That's the key I want to make sure everyone hears, okay?
Thank you. All right. Anything else on the consent agenda? All right, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Have a motion from the Vice President and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? Any public comment? I forgot public. I apologize. Any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. Have the motion and the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Information items. Review and discuss board policies reviewed by the Board Policy Committee. Dr. Diffenbach.
Yes, we recently had a board policy committee, and it was a relatively light number of policies. But we reviewed them, the committee made recommendations. There are a few that had different option 1 or option 2, and we highlighted those, what the board policy committee recommended. As a reminder, these come as information, and then if there's no substantive concerns, then we bring it as a consent item on the next board agenda.
Okay. Board, any questions or comments on these board policies? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Board Policy 3515. I was looking at the detailed of the edits because I saw in the just like cover section in regards to Homeland Security, but I wasn't sure. I don't see it in the overall like edit, so just wanted to get like a brief update in regards to Homeland Security's mention in there.
Can you pull it up, Isai?
That's under Student Support Services Guide Sheet. And it looks like it's maybe some practice guide that Homeland Security has for us to reflect that guide, but I just wanted to make sure that that was, you know, reviewed thoroughly. Yeah, let's go back towards the top. It's right there. Threat assessment, management, and practice. Is that just a guide that they offer?
Sorry, let me have Mr. Everett hopefully speak to this.
Thank you.
Good evening. Yes, that is just a guide that is offered to us. We actually have a formal threat assessment process that we use internally that we have vetted and worked through and feel very confident meets all the needs in that. So this is just the guide that is provided to us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Any questions or comments from the public on this one? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to communication for board members. Board communication is an opportunity for board members to share with the public events, activities, and other communications they deem relevant to the public. It's understood that items raised during the board communications section are not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur on any item shared by board members. So I'm going to start on my left. Trustee Khan.
Yeah, just wanted to share, I think 2 or 3 things. One of them is tomorrow morning. I'm going to be speaking at this conference at the Hyatt Regency Hotel, and it's held. It's a kind of a long name, but it's held by the California Association of Administrators of State and Federal Education Programs, and I was really excited. I guess my principal, they let my principal know, and that worked its way down, and they selected me to talk about the dual enrollment programs at Monterey High School specifically. And yeah, I guess it's a student panel, so there's 3 of us from Monterey High School, and we're speaking to these administrators that are dealing with I guess how state and federal money is getting spent on specifically educational programs. And I want to say I'm really excited to talk about it and share with these kind of administrators what, from the students' perspective, what's been helping us, what's been helping me, like personal impact in my life of things like the programs such as like dual enrollment, CTE, the DP program specifically at Monterey High, and all of those all of the programs like funded by the state and such. Yeah, so I just wanted to say I'm excited, and I think being on the board here has prepared, I feel like it's prepared me more to talk about that to a large group of people and share relevant information to them, keeping them in mind, and yeah, so there's that tomorrow. And then also, next week, Monday through Wednesday, I'm going to oh, it's also another long name. It's CSAC. Well, it's a long name, but it's like this California Association of Student Advisory Boards, and that I'm really excited for because it's in Sacramento, and it's pretty much all the students in my position, but around the state for other districts. I'm gonna have the opportunity to meet with them, talk to them, network, find out how they're doing things at their districts, and I believe we're also gonna be getting like different trainings and like bonding with them over the course of like 3 days. And so I'm really excited for that. I just wanted to thank the board for putting me in a position where I have opportunities to go learn these things and go meet these people. Yeah, I believe we're also meeting with some senators from the state, and that's an opportunity I wouldn't have been able to have had I not be in the position of student trustee at MPUSD. So I just wanted to thank the board, and I'm really excited for those doors kind of being open for me, and I'm excited to grow from tomorrow and grow from next week, and then come back and be better here at our board meetings and yeah, for the future. So yeah, that's all from me. Thanks.
Awesome, thank you. Trustee Sanders, any communications? Okay. All right. Trustee Uchida.
Thank you. Just a quick shout out to the Marina High School Booster Club, and especially, the group doesn't have a name, I don't think a formal name, because there used to be like the Breakfast Ladies, but I think there are a couple of those members that do this for our traveling teams. They provide lunches or meals, sack lunch, and it's the neatest thing. I personally have seen it because my daughter's a coach, and so they bring that, and those girls enjoy those meals either on their way home or after a game. So you think about it, they leave school at 3 o'clock maybe to travel. They ate at 1 o'clock. They haven't eaten for 7-8 hours. And so our booster club, through generous donations and people who give their time, I think there's 3 or 4 senior ladies that go to Erica Graham's. I believe they go to her house and prepare it, and each coach gets a cooler, and they bring it to them, and to watch the kids have something to fill them up to get home. It's the neatest. It's just something. I'm on that board. I'm a small cog in a big wheel, but a shout out to Erica, who's organized it. We've had community support, I think, from the Peninsula Foundation, Monterey Peninsula Foundation. Our president on the board was able to get a grant to fund this, but it's a small thing, but it's a huge thing at the same time. So I'm really proud to be a part of that group. Thank you.
Awesome. Vice President, communication.
Shout out to the Graham family, they're fantastic. Who passed out this book last time? You did, thank you so much. So I've really been enjoying, it's basically called How to Not Be a Terrible School Board Member. 28 habits that school board members can fall into with like real life scenarios, examples, recommendations. So I believe you all do have this book, and if you don't, please let us know. It's a quick read, and it's fantastic. So just thank you so much for this. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Lusk, communication.
Trustee Standards, I'll have one for you from the County Office of Education. That was really a workshop that the Monterey County School Boards Association host on an annual basis, and the books were given to each of the panelists that participated, and each school district got one. So we'll get one for you as a new one, okay? So I would like to just share, I had the opportunity while I was attending the CAPSI conference, the California Association of Black School Educators Conference in Carlsbad last week or 2 weeks ago, to be a part of the Seaside City Council presentation I was in the meeting for the full 5.5 hours. And one of our visitors tonight spoke of an issue that is related to the gophers on the field and this, that, and the other. And so I am going to the city council meeting to speak there relative to the response that they received about MPUSD being responsible for the fields. And I believe informed leadership is truly the key to resolving most issues. And one of the asks in the next part of the agenda is that we do a present update on charter schools and what we as a district are responsible for and are not responsible for. So I enjoyed being a part of that meeting, but the misinformation that was shared didn't put us in a good light, you know, as a school district. And so the charter school that occupies one of the Seaside Trustees area's schools made a request, and one of the areas that is a need is actually the repair of the field. And that may or may not be our responsibility. My understanding is that it's not our responsibility to upkeep the field, but I'm going to be asking for your support in approving that to become an agenda item relative to charter schools. The last thing that I'll add is that as your representative to the Community Human Services Board of Directors, we received a letter requesting our regular JPA allocation of $11,825 from the board, from our district. And this Community Human Services program does exceptional work for our students in many areas. I will also be bringing a written report from the next board meeting so you can see those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lusk. Trustee Ofsted, communication. None? Okay. Trustee Velasquez.
Yes, just a couple things. So the first thing is for Monterey County, we have Special Olympics in Northern California, and my son is actually a part of the team. They're actually going to have their tournament, bowling tournament against Santa Cruz on Saturday at the Salinas Bowling Alley. But I'm bringing this up because most of the team, I want to say besides my son and maybe 2 other athletes, are from Salinas. And I don't know if, I want to make sure that our Peninsula parents know that it is an option. It basically starts at 8 all the way up through adulthood. My son's team right now, the youngest member is 8 years old and the oldest is, I believe, 65. So, I mean, it's a wide range. And it is open to anyone in Monterey County. So I will try to get that information to PK tomorrow so that we can maybe put that on Parent Square, just to let parents know, because it is an outlet. Everything's mainly on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And it ranges from golf to basketball to bowling, swimming, bocce ball. So, I mean, there's a lot of sports, and we even tried out flag football. We just finished that with soccer, and also softball. So I will get that information over to PK. And then also just giving an update regarding the prom drive. It looks like we got 2 more sponsors for dresses and possibly tuxedos or suits. And they're actually all the way across the country. So one is in, I want to say North Carolina, and the other one is in Indiana. So I'm still working on that. And then I also wanted to let our special needs parents know about the Night to Shine. It's an event put on by the Tim Tebow Foundation earlier this year in February, because it's every February. You probably saw me on television. They actually interviewed me. And is a prom-like event for special needs, starting at age 14 all the way up through adulthood. And so this coming event is, I believe, February 13th, 2026. And so I want to let the parents know about that, and hopefully we might be able to do something in regards to the prom drive regarding that event too. So I'm waiting to hear back from one of the representatives in Florida at the Tim Tebow Foundation, but once I get that, I will also send that over to PK, so we have that, just to let our parents know of things that they can have their kids participate in that are special needs. Oh, and that event also needs volunteers. So being that it is a prom-like event, each person that attends is provided a buddy, or what they say, well, they say buddy, but they'll say date. And so they need volunteers for that also. So once I get all that information, I'll be bringing that back to the board.
Awesome.
And that's it.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Sanders. Go ahead.
The fire hose is a big deal, but so next week on November 6th and 7th, the nonprofit that I founded last year is working with Regenerative California. So my nonprofit is a community land trust called the Opportunity Housing Trust. We are partnered with Regenerative California to put on an impact investing conference next week, really a workshop. It is a sort of invite-only event, but there is an interest form at the Regenerative California website. The idea is to attract folks who are interested in impact level investment for workforce housing development. So we've got a list of at least 3 dozen folks who've already RSVP'd, including people with, that we would call capital stewards, folks who can open up their wallets, hopefully with a lot of zeros, to help get workforce housing built in Monterey County, and especially in areas of high need such as the peninsula, Salinas area, up and down Highway 101, but focused on workforce that is not addressed by, the very, very low income investments, and certainly not by market rate housing development. So that includes teachers. That I'm hoping that we can work with schools around here, MPUSD included, districts across the county, and then replicate the model of getting people invested in housing. If you can invest in a treasury bond, you can invest in housing in your community, even better. That's kind of the argument that we're going to make, and we can show what that interest rate change from the commercial rates to impact level 3 or 4% on construction or lower can do for affordability, especially for members of the educational workforce, as well as students who might want to stick around the place where they grew up and live on their own. So that's on the 6th and 7th, the Regenerative California website. It is, like I said, an invite only. It's a select group. It's not meant to be a conference like the State of the Region. It's not meant to be a thing like Salinas is doing earlier next week. This is a very concentrated workshop. And hopefully the outcomes are something I can be excited about at our next meeting and share more.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we are now going to move to board request, and I'm just going to go out. Board request, I heard Dr. Lusk had one, so go ahead, and then we'll go to whoever has one next.
Thank you. Just want to share with you as a board that I think it might be a great time to have an update on our charter schools and our role and responsibilities as it relates to supporting them for our new board members as well as our veteran board members. Again, informed leadership, misinformed leadership was what I heard last in comments at the city council meeting, and you see the results that one of the spokespersons tonight was here to admonish us for not keeping the field updated as a district. And so whatever our roles and responsibilities are need to be known by all. So I'd like to really ask you, Dr. Diffenbaugh, and you board, if this is an area that you would like more information on, maybe just a short information item rather than anything else, but not just in a written report. I want the public to be able to hear it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Got it. Everybody good with that? Okay. You got the notes? All right. Any other, go ahead.
Okay. well, I guess two, I thought you were gonna say it, but, so, my request in regards to the consent agenda is just seeing the actual guidelines in regards to amounts of grants, but not just that, the amounts of things that can be put in there that we're paying, so expenses. But just having that to see, okay, what is the threshold, what is the highest amount that can be listed in the agenda for both grant and expenses? And then my second board request is in regards to prom, basically the locations of the prom, and if we have a date for Seaside yet. I know we had the other two, but if we had a date for Seaside.
Okay. So your first request, are you asking for a presentation or something in the, like the Thursday update, like the board
Maybe-
policy or something like that?
It could
Because
be
we
a-
do have a board policy that we can
Yeah,
include. in
either having the board policy sent out for board members, or like you said, the Thursday update, but I'm thinking maybe having an information item, because I know that's been an issue in regards to people in the public have made comment on it too, so maybe having like a short information item on that also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it? Everybody good? All right, good. And the second request again?
The locations of the proms?
Got it.
And I just kind of need that, if I can get some transportation packages, I need to give them an idea of the amount of mileage they'll be driving, and if we finally have a date for Seaside's prom, because I know that one was up in the air still.
Okay,
Thank you.
yes,
May I ask a clarifying question related to that item?
sure.
Okay. Trustee Velasquez, are you asking for us to review the policy that relates to the cap for the consent agenda items?
I mean, it would be nice to know exactly what the policy is, like what is the amount that can't be on there, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, having those set amounts for both expenses and grants.
Okay, just needed that clarification, thank you.
Okay. All right, any other board requests? All right, seeing none, we'll move now to advanced planning. Our next meeting is here, November 18th. And we will now ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion from trustee Uchida and a second from this whole side. I'm sorry. Well, I heard trustee Velasquez. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you.